Alrighty, good morning everyone. It is 8:30 and I will bring to order the meeting of November the 10th. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Councillor King.
I'd like to add just a short conversation around fire ban, if we could.
Okay, so we could add that to new business. 9.3, fire ban. Are there any other additions, deletions? Seeing as not, could we have a motion? Yes, Councillor Christie.
I move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried. We have a delegation scheduled for 8:35. If Sergeant Bourque is ready to present, we could probably move that up to right about now. And welcome, Sergeant Bourque. I don't see you on screen here, but I'm sure. No video? Okay, just audio. That sounds good then. Okay. Can you hear us, Sergeant Bourque?
Yes, sir, I can. Good morning.
Good morning, and anytime you're ready. Thank you for attending, sort of.
Very good. And thank you very much for having me. Really appreciate it. And yeah, you know, I can give you just a quick briefing on how our detachment is right now. Our numbers are up right now pretty good. We're at full staff capacity, so that's 15 officers and 3 support staff, and so 18 in total. And we've got a few transfers happening right now. So we've got, I'll be working with our staffing department to try to backfill some of those, particularly some of our tough to lose ones. We had some members with quite a bit of service. Lucas Stewart and Marcel Heemstra just transferred out. So so yeah, that's we got a young group, but they're really you know, smart young kids, and of course they've been mentored already by Lucas, Marcel, you know, the likes of them, and our plainclothes unit, Steve Lloyd, as well Alex McDonald, who came to us here not too long ago and is one of our supervisors, as well as Dan Lajeunesse, came to us from Hinton even more recently. So so we're in really good shape, and you know, moving forward, we're looking to really continue to get active in the community and engage, you know, on a higher level, particularly during COVID season that we're in. It's been tough for us to do some of the things that we had planned, like our town halls, or what we like to call MOCA with Mounties, and just being out in the communities and you know, just listening to what people have to say and some of their concerns, or how we can do our policing better. So in fact, you may have seen recently we put out a community engagement request via letter and some posters in the area, just asking you know, people from all walks of life to give us some input on how we can do a better job in that manner. What the priorities are for people currently. And we're starting to get some of those replies and responses in. So we're currently tabulating all of those results so that we can, you know, look forward to addressing them and put them in our annual performance plan, which is basically our planning document that we work with our communities and our district to make sure that we're providing, you know, the best service that we can. So as well, we're looking to really continue to work with some of our local organizations that support, you know, our office, such as COP, Rural Crime Watch, the Policing Committee, Citizens Advisory. Again, it's been tough to meet on a regular basis. However, we're still trying to do that via either teleconference or Zoom, and just making sure that we continue to engage, as mentioned. As well, we've identified a school resource officer. So in the next little while, we're going to be having that member patrol to all the different schools in the area. We've actually spoken to schools in advance just to make sure, perhaps at this point, it's going to be better for us to do Zoom meetings with the kids and different classes, and just have that outreach as well for now. And then as COVID numbers start to slow down, and the schools are feeling like it's more appropriate for us to be there in person, then we'll endeavor to do that. So other than that, as you can see, our statistics have gone down a fair amount, and we feel that that's obviously in direct relation to COVID, and as well, I think a lot of it has to do with our crime reduction unit, and just some of our proactive policing that Alex has been leading, as well as Steve and our crime reduction unit itself. They're working with our district crime reduction unit, which is like a plain clothes unit. And their function, their goal is to basically work with our analysts throughout the province to try to establish who our habitual offenders are, and then basically use intelligence, surveillance, different police techniques to try to catch them in the act of doing break and enters or ATM thefts, or if we're aware that they're doing robberies, just focusing on those files and try to make swift arrests in those cases too. So we've had some pretty good success with that. For example, with the robbery that occurred at the Morin bar, the hotel. So anything from as extreme and high violence as something like that, to just doing door knocks where we have individuals who are currently on court imposed conditions at any time of the day, just to make sure if they have a curfew, then we're doing those curfew checks. And they kind of have a 2-strike rule. It's documented in the officers' notebooks if they don't present themselves the first time, and then the second time, then they look to process charges for them, put out a warrant, and then bring them back before the justice of the peace as soon as possible. So those are some of the highlights. Does anybody have any questions, concerns?
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Good morning. Thank you for your report. I found it very informative. I have a question. When you shared with us the issues that are at the other detachments, is that mostly seeing so many red points there because of this policing projects that you've done, your proactive policing and your crime reduction unit? Is that really unique to this detachment in comparison to the other ones you included in your report?
Sure. I think, and we have worked with, for example, Airdrie. They also have recently put together a crime reduction unit. I think the idea spawned from, and that's through our district conversations, but there was a number of us when we were younger in service that worked in Wood Buffalo at the time, and there was somebody there with Peter Tufik had some input into some of these areas as well. Keith Pierce, Gord Sage, who's currently our officer in Calgary District. So they had some really good vision back in those days, and had planned to put in street teams and crime reduction units to try to battle the ever-growing cocaine industry back in Fort McMurray at those times. And so, basically just lending from, some of their great vision, we've implemented those here again. And of course, now we're battling more, I guess some of the drugs, as not only cocaine, but methamphetamine, fentanyl, carfentanil. So those types of things are definitely concerns. And I think we're fortunate to be a larger municipal detachment, similar to You know, I mean, we're a bit smaller than Airdrie, of course, but in similar nature in the sense that we do have a large municipal area in the valley, and perhaps as well, you know, in the provincial areas of our detachment, and that includes, you know, obviously some of the bus that perhaps you've seen in the media as well lately with Mandy Russell in Rosebud, and you know, working with Hannah Detachment, Stetler Detachment to arrest Victor Foley on a number of drug trafficking and weapons offenses. So I think you're absolutely right. You know, by virtue of our size and you know, close distance proximity to larger centers, we do have that advantage. And of course, we indeed share that with, you know, with Stetler Detachment, Hannah, Oyen, and it's Bicyker. We really want to work together, Strathmore. You know, criminals nowadays there's really not, you know, so many boundaries for them. And so, you know, particularly with internet and so on too, we really have to work together and be intelligence led to battle the, you know, the crime and reduce it. And I think it was fortuitous too that Solicitor General and JSG did the presentations and did the tour around early last year as well. And that really, I think, drove us to find better ways that we could combat crime. So it's going very well for sure.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else from council have any questions for Sergeant Bourque? Does not look like it. So I have one question for you, Sergeant Bourque, and I just wondering, with the rural crime reduction strategy that the province has, have you seen increase in staff or officers at the detachment because of this, or we're just up to full staff now, you take it?
For sure, we're at the full complement of you know, what Drumheller has had for a number of years, and I think it's going to be, we're going to see increases. I think we already take advantage of those partnerships for sure, like with the sheriffs and with the peace officers, our local bylaw officers. It's really a time where we need to work together in those senses. You know, fish and wildlife, forestry, like we have a lot of those relationships built, and we continue to try to build on them. And so, you know, I think it's just a matter of how, you know, just planning and thinking outside the box. It's just a matter of how, you know, really, you know, you want to make it, as far as, you know, just coming up with great new ideas, sitting together with different agencies that have different ideas. You know, like when we work with Fish and Wildlife, for example, their powers of search and seizure are, you know, and their knowledge of the laws is pretty amazing. And so when we do ever do check stops with them or joint force operations, we really learn a lot as well. And so commercial vehicle inspectors, you name it, right? It's pretty amazing to see the, you know, the knowledge that they have, and just that complements one another that way too. And, you know, and really too, like you see some of the, I'm talking more detachment on the uniform side of things, but when you talk plain clothes as well, like our crime reduction unit, you know, they work with the federal serious and organized crime units, the drug units and the main cities, the provincial agencies, Calgary Police, Edmonton Police, as well into the United States with DEA and so on. And so really, it's, as I said, it's really, you know, how much you want to think outside the box. There's no limits really as far as how well we can work together. So it's pretty exciting.
Well, that's good to hear, Sergeant Bourque. We do appreciate the work that you do, and it's encouraging to see that the crime stats have come down, and they've come down substantially. So keep up the good work. And I don't want to say I want to see in the future by any means, but maybe in council chambers, not so much on the side of the road. So thank you for
For sure.
attending. Thank you for attending, and all the best.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could just leave you with one more thought, I really think that it's current for now, and I think due to COVID, some of the numbers are a little bit lower as far as statistics. We are looking, we're expecting the numbers to come back up a little bit. This is not going to be sort of a long-term thing. People, I think, are doing a great job. As I said, some of the agencies that we're working with and who are having the eyes and ears out there for us, like COP, like Rural Crime Watch in the provincial areas. But as well, I think it's really hit home for a lot of people that live in the rural communities, that they're just taking care of each other more, they're more fastidious. They're just watching over each other's property, homes, even neighbors in the cities that I've seen, and the towns are just getting to know each other a lot better, and just sort of teaming up together as their own rural crime watch to be eyes and ears. They're sharing any surveillance that they have from their homes with with the police, and just working together to try to drive rural crime watch down. So I think it's definitely a full community team effort. So I'd like to say thank you to all of you, and a great job as well.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Bourque. We do appreciate the work that you do, and again, you're right. It does take a team to make this work, and residents are part of the team. So we encourage them to keep an eye out for themselves, for their neighbors, and anything that should happen along that looks suspicious. So thanks again,
Right.
and appreciate your attendance.
Right on. Thanks again for having me, and have a great day, everyone. Be safe out there.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to the agenda. 2.1, we have pre-circulated the meeting minutes of October 27th, organizational and regular council. Well, I guess we'll deal with organizational. Are there any errors or omissions on the organizational minutes? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to approve the minutes from the October 27th organizational meeting as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We have the regular council meeting minutes. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move to approve the October 27th council meeting minutes as presented.
Alrighty, we have a motion to approve as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item will be Transportation 5.1, Torrington gravel update. Anytime you are ready, Brad.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and members of council. So we just wanted to give a quick update and the video that was taken a week ago. It's a little dark at the start here, but gives you a good overall shot when he turns around and heads back north. So
Imagine it looks a little different this morning.
yeah, the stockpile is growing substantially, and they really haven't taken a lot out of the bottom of the pit yet. When he gets turned around more to the south end, it's a variety of different gravel. There's almost a gray gravel within the water. There's an iron rust gravel in there. And then there's a real light gray gravel. So, and it ranges from anywhere from football size down to softball. So there has been test holes have been done with the 450 hoe, and I believe the 850 did a couple too, just so for reach. So that 850 will reach down about 41 feet. Where the municipality thought we were out of gravel on the north end, because that's what reports had said. shows substantial amount of gravel still there, a foot under the blue clay. They removed that off. That gravel, there's another seam of gravel right underneath that. So, and it does go further to the west than what reports had showed back from the 90s, 80s and 90s. One report that we had found when the county purchased the 20-acre parcels, that they estimated about 175,000 cubic meters. Well, that was way underestimated. That one 20-acre parcel probably has about 300,000 to 400,000 cubic meters of material in there. There's just no bottom to it. They keep on digging. They figure it'll probably be up to 75 feet deep is where they'll be. So that channel, where that water is right now, that is Valley View
Side,
Hutterite.
right or left?
That is the south end of the pit. So that is the southeast of 16. So that little jog out there, that's in our southeast 16 20-acre parcel. But the southeast of 16, majority of that quarter is owned by the Hutterites. We own 40 acres in there. There is substantial amount of gravel heading west in the southeast of 16 toward the Ember lease. So we are talking to Ember and we are talking to the Valley View Hutterite colony of looking at acquiring that gravel while we're there. Once that water comes back in, we won't have an opportunity to look at that again. So again, early estimates were from test holes. We could see almost double what our initial estimate of 1 million cubes. So when we convert cubes to tones, we could see roughly, even with 15% elimination, which I don't know if we're even going to need 15%, but on the high end at 15% elimination, that would give us a total of a little over 3 million tones. On the average, we spread about 135,000 as long as we stay on that 135, 640 kilometers a year re-gravel program. We could see a 20-plus year gravel supply of. Now, this will, to get that, it would impact that original 5.25 million that was budgeted. The tender and WSP's design, consultation, all that sort of stuff, surveying through this, puts us about 3.9 million. So we were under what our initial budget estimate was at 5.25. However, we'd be probably coming back as soon as we can work some agreements with these landowners, such as the Valley View Hutterite Colony and Ember. The Ember lease is abandoned right now, so it would have to be reclaimed. Now, it's very small reclamation because it'll just be underwater. So they've taken majority of the equipment off that site already, along with the pipeline. So, but we wanted to make council aware of that 5.25. We potentially may want to come back and ask for more while we're doing this at this time. So that more we'd be asking for would be probably a little more than what you'd usually spend in 1 year of purchasing gravel supplied into the municipality. So, but we are working with the colony right now. We've tentatively come up with an agreement, barring Ember has no issues, and we're working on that as we speak. So,
Well, I take it that's good news then.
yeah, good news. We just want to have some more money. So, but it is a long-term goal. I mean, if we look at our value of per ton, if it all worked out, it would be very favorable to the municipality on a per ton basis. Even crushed, we would be less than what money we had spent 2008 to 2010 over at the Jorgensen pit. So.
Okay, does council have any questions? Councillor Christie.
You just spoke of the different types of gravel that you're finding. You're piling it in different areas and it's different quality when you're done or not?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie, no, all the gravel's getting stocked at one spot. So it really is gonna end up being the same. It's just mixed. It's just how those layers of different sediment and how it come in. So that's why we think, I mean, talking with the engineers, talking with our gravel sampler, they don't think it'll be, you know, a high percentage of elimination because there's so much raw rock on there. But there will be some. There's some sand we had tested for winter sand. So we look at, even if we eliminated 10%, which would be about, or 15%, which would be about 500 and some thousand tones, that material could be used for winter sand, save us 30,000 a year that we don't have to budget for winter sand anymore. We can use this material. Although with that, if we do end up having a quantity like that, we can also reach out to provincial partners to look at maybe even making a sale of product of winter sand, so.
The rock that you're finding is all crushable. There's nothing too big to be handled, and
Through the reef, Councilor Christie, yes, no, it's, like I said, it's mainly, probably the biggest football size. They find some boulders in there, but very limited boulders. Majority of it is softball, and a little larger to almost a football, so.
Councillor King.
You mentioned coming with an ask for additional money, and you suggested it might be in the range of a single year's sort of gravel usage. Is that above the 3.9 or above the 5.2?
Through the reef, Councilor King, that would be above the 5.2. Yep.
Councillor King.
And a second question, you had mentioned earlier in your reporting the last time that you were concerned about space for stockpiling. Are we going to encounter a problem in terms of being able to stockpile all the gravel that's potentially there?
Through the reef, Councilor King, that was talked about with WSP. It basically will go up. So instead of being about 6 meters high, we would be about 15 meters high. So it will put pressures on where we are. That may be some of our talk with the local Hutterite colony if we have to stockpile on the west side, if it comes down to some pressures in there. We do still have some land to the northeast that we've, in our northeast of 16, we own 80 acres. So about halfway between the existing end pit lake now and the creek. That's where kind of gravel stops and turns into sand. So if we have to, we could even stockpile on our northeast of 16 on the other side of the lake. So it'd just be nice to get it all on one side. But if it is, we think we have some room to store it, so.
Thank you.
Can't put it in any of the holes you dug, huh? I take that back. Anyone from council have any other questions for Mr. Buchert? Councillor Christie.
timeline is still the same, be kind of end of the year, first part of next year?
Through the reef, Councilor Christie. So timeline, we had to the end of February on the contract itself. So depending on what we extend, the contract was always, they were hoping to be done by Christmas on the initial 1 million cubic meters of material. If there's an additional million or so, that'll put pressure on that company to get it into February. They do have, they brought in another fleet of equipment. They started a 24-hour shift on Monday. So they finished a road project up north. So they are giving her right now to try and meet that deadline. And, you know, as long as we can enter into those contracts with the West Country, it may push us to the end of February, so.
Councillor Keg.
So that timeline doesn't get us in trouble as far as the pumping of the water. Like, as long as we're pumping water, we can continue to pump. It's when we stop, then it's, the restart would be a problem. So I guess we're not limited in time as far as how long we can pump into the creek.
Through the reef, Councillor King, yes, no, we are not limited to when we can. It would come in the spring, we would be limited because of the flows. So they're monitored, you know, what's going in the water. they slow the pumps down. That south end lake that you see on the Valley View Hutterite Colony in the southeast of 16, there's water left in it so they can keep the fishes alive. I'm not sure how long they'll survive in this weather, but as far as pumping, we can pump to the end of February. There's no date on that. The issue is if we stop pumping, the amount of water that will be in the hole to deal with later would take quite a bit of time. I guess now on another point when it comes to water, is we were looking at about a 45-acre lake between us and the Valley View Hutterite Colony. If we go west and take more, we'll probably look at about an 80-acre lake, so just for size-wise.
80 acres on top, and how deep, Brad?
Well, it could be up to 75 feet deep, so.
It's quite the hole.
Sounds like a Bowen opportunity.
After 20 years, you can have it.
Making our own canyon. Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Buchert? Okay, Councillor Christie.
Just a smart aleck remark. When they did a lake in Calgary, they did an obstacle course for scuba diving that I went through that was kind of muddy, so I want gravel on the bottom.
The water here is pretty crystal clear. It's always been green just because of that filtration between the sand and the rock and everything else, so.
That was part of the attraction of that lake in Calgary, was a scuba training center. And
Yeah.
it was actually quite interesting once we got down there.
Does anyone else from council have questions for Mr. Buchert? We have not. Thanks for the report, Brad. Oh, Councillor King.
It's not a question, but I would make the motion that we accept the update report on the Torrington gravel project for information with thanks to Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to accept for information. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thanks, Brad. Our next agenda item will be 6.3.1, Policy 1-32. Welcome, Mr. Closen.
Morning, Mr. Even Council. So this, I believe, is the last of the ASB policy updates to come forward, so
Oh, no, you're kidding.
for now. So the first one is Policy 1-32 under the ASB administrative section, pesticide container collection. So this is again brought forward as part of our regular review, and it was reviewed at our August 21st regular ASB meeting, to which the board recommended to approve the policy. And upon their review of this policy, they felt the current policy was meeting the needs of the county and recommended that there be no changes to this one. So there's no changes.
Are there any questions for Mr. Closen? Anyone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I make a motion to confirm policy 1-32 ASB administrative pesticide containers collection as recommended by the Agriculture Service Board.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to confirm policy 1-32 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. 6.3.2.
So this is another one under the ASB administrative, policy 1-32-1, the hang of county road allowances. So this one, there was a minor change to remove a date that was felt to be restricting on the county being able to carry out any operations. So that was removed. But outside of that, the board felt that this met the current county needs for that. So.
Thanks, Bowen. Are there any questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we approve policy 1-32-1 ASB administrative as recommended. I think the change is smart.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to approve as presented with the changes. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Alrighty, 6.33, policy 1-32-2.
So this is the third in this section for public land mowing. And again, it was reviewed by the board. And at that time, there were some changes recommended, but after taking them back, administration identified that there were some important points that we'd recommend maintaining as they set a minimum standard for what is mowed as well. That helps then deliver or identify what service level we are doing, and then we can budget accordingly. For example, if they're removed, we could mow 6 inches and say that. So this kind of sets a standard to which council can change if they wanted the whole right of way or more or less, but that helps kind of identify what the service level is that council wants, and also helps then set a budget level with that for those 2 points. The others were more procedural in nature, and so they were removed, as well as some grammatical changes in there that the board reviewed.
Okay, thanks, Bowen. Any questions from council? Did we get done mowing the right-of-ways?
Yes, Mr. Reef, just barely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some was a bit scraggly towards the end there, but he went back and touched up some that he was able to before the next onset of blizzard. So.
Well, I noticed just the roads that I was traveling, it was done very, very well, ditch mowing. So my congratulations to you. Are there any questions for Mr. Clausen, or what is council's wishes here? Councillor King?
Just one quick question. I heard you say 6 inches in something that you were saying, but in the policy it says 4 inches and 8 feet. So that's our standard policy, is the 4 inches height and 8-foot cut where possible.
Yes, through the Councillor King. I was just saying, like, we could cut like 6 inches instead of 8 feet, kind of. Yeah, I was making random numbers, but really this helps then set, okay, 8 feet is what we cut, and not just 6 inches. So.
Okay, so our goal is 8 feet, hopefully,
yeah,
in the situations where we can, and otherwise we take what we can.
Yes,
based on terrain or water or whatever happens to be there.
Yep. Yes, that'd be correct. Yep.
Councillor King?
Well, then I'd make the motion that we approve policy 1-32-2, Ag Service Board Administrative, Public Land Mowing as recommended by the Agriculture Service Board and as been amended.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to accept policy 1-32-2 as presented with the amendments. Is there any discussion to that? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. One more, Bowen. 1-32-3. Anytime you're ready.
Okay. So this is the final in this kind of grouping. This is for the Stampede Farm Family Award. And this was again reviewed with the other policies at that August 21st meeting with ASB. There was some changes, mostly around grammar and then clarifying wording to better align with the Calgary Stampede and the BMO and their requirements. Outside of that, the board felt that it met the requirements for this program for the county.
Does council have any questions for Bowen? Comments, concerns, motions? Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion to approve policy 1-32-3 ASB Administrative Stampede Farm Family Award as recommended by the ASB Board.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve as presented with the amendments. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Bowen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Even
Can you
Council.
promise that's the end of the policy review?
I hope so. Yeah.
Well, that brings you to the end. That means you're gonna start all over again, aren't you? Okay, our next agenda item is 8.1. And Mr. Hogan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is an item that council saw at their last regular council meeting and requested more information. Since that time, we have gone back to the group and asked some questions. The response that we got back is attached to the RFD. So there is a document there on page 49 outlining the event, the costs, and making a more formal ask. So in this case, they are requesting that council sponsor the cost of the fee for the speaker. So that would be related to anything that they had to pay for the speaking fee, any other expenses, things like that. And that is in the amount of $1,530. I can also report, since the RFD was written, that this item did go to Town of Three Hills for a decision in terms of support as well. And the town did opt to donate the venue space as part of their contribution to the event. So at this time, if council chooses to provide funding in support of this event, we do have room in the operating budget for this. And council can choose to grant the amount. You can choose to sponsor a different amount, or you can choose not to sponsor it at all.
Thanks, Mr. Hogan. Is there any questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just wanted to reiterate that I think a pertinent question is, are we already having this covered by the FCSS program that we already spend money for? Has there been some partnership, and how has that come to this? How have they come to this suggestion? So I forwarded it to Ken. I thought you best answer what your answer came back from, Shelley, if you don't mind. If that's okay with the Reeve, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Councillor King.
I too had the same concern as what Deputy Reeve McGee had in terms of, is this a need that's been identified locally through a number of agencies? And so I did put the question that Deputy Reeve McGee asked to Shelley Jackson-Berry at FCSS. And basically the response was that there has been interagency meetings regarding community, social and mental health and issues that are of importance within our communities. And Shelley said that basically the Kneehill Adult Learning Group has chosen not to participate in those interagency meetings and are going ahead with this suicide focus outside of the interagency focus. So the interagency's focus was on, if you pardon me for a second here, I'll just grab the her email response to me, which I forwarded to all of you. So the interagency focus has been more on the mental health aspects of depression, anxiety, stress, and grief. And those were the areas that the interagency groups expressed as the highest priority for our area. So that's where they're focusing. Shelley said that there is nothing currently either in the interagency or within FCSS that's focusing on suicide or suicide prevention safe talk, such as the activity that the adult learning group is requesting funding for here. So I guess my concern is not so much that the suicide prevention safe talk, but I would certainly like to see Kneehill adult learning get more involved in conversation with the other agencies within the community that are doing similar work. And so that's a topic maybe for another time and something that we can talk to Kneehill adult learning group about going forward, but that doesn't help us solve today's decision. So.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Christie.
One of my concerns, I was involved with victim services for a long, long time, and I don't see them anywhere on here, and I think that's part of their training requirements, but they're not on here. But considering the fact that looking at and talking to councillors both in Lethbridge and Medicine Hat, I'd much rather be proactive than reactive because they're having a horrible time. I think we need more communication between our agencies here, but this is the program that's available now. So on that point, I'd make a motion to donate the $1,530 under the Recreational Community and Arts Cultural Event and grant Kneehill Adult Learning to assist with the costs associated with hosting a suicide prevention safe talk workshop.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor King.
I'm certainly supportive of the motion, and I'm wondering, is there a process whereby we can express our concern about the interagency and the lack of participation on the interagency side? I think that I agree with Councillor Christie that it's critical that our various agencies that are servicing the community on the social and mental health side, that they work together and cooperate as much as possible. And this request is really being presented pretty much in isolation of any of the other agencies. And so I wonder if it's appropriate that in our response back saying, if we approve the 1530, that we would appreciate seeing more interagency interaction in this type of request in the future. And I'm not even sure how the process would work for us to do that. So I guess we'd be looking to administration to express those concerns on our behalf when they would go back if we approve the motion as made by Councillor Christie.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think we understand that there's certainly anything we can do to say that you must do that, but I think the wording needs to say, we appreciate and take more attention to things that are partnering with other agencies and being active with the interagency, because we don't have a lot of money. We don't need things to be repeated, and if it's going to be really effective, I think it should be our money's better spent if there's more partnership with that money, is just, I guess, the stand I'd like to see happen too. So yes, I share your sentiment.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, we can put some wording in the letter to convey that that's council's hope for the group.
Councillor Keever.
I guess just for kind of knowledge sake, this initiative, who is it really aimed at? Like, is it trying to find some guy that said he's going to commit suicide? Is that one of the 30 people that are in the room, or is it 30 people in the room that are supposed to go out and talk people out of doing this? There's quite a difference there.
I agree with you. Any Deputy Reeve McGee?
I can assume that from the training I've had through the same agencies, the facilitators that they're bringing in. It is about equipping people to handle it when the issue arises, so how to have successful conversations, how to pay attention to where the warning signs are, that type of thing. So it is about supporting someone who might be in need, not about the people in need. It's equipping our community to support those people.
Deputy, or Councillor Keever.
Jerry and I both know a guy that for a number of years had always said, if you don't like it, you can end it any time you want. And he finally did last spring. Should I have been at a course like this to be aware of what Bruce was saying? Or, you know, I mean, I don't think it's like an Al-Anon meeting.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Again, as someone who's received this training, yeah, if you have an interest, and I think the more we have our agencies and the people who are better connected to the people, like in a dream world, we'd have hairdressers, waitresses, school principals and counselors all take this type of course so that, yes, when you hear that conversation, you're equipped with the type of conversation that can help the issue and have the information to where to direct that person for more help. Because yes, it's not a short-lived thing at all.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, as I can build on what Deputy Reeve McGee has said. When you take the trainings like this, it is largely there to so that when you're having conversations with people, you can pick up those cues or those tells, or once you do, learning how to respond to those, and not just connect them to the resources. I can share with council, in a past life, I was trained in suicide intervention and actually have had to intervene and gone through that process. And I can tell you that had I not had some training like this, I would have completely missed some of those cues or some of the responses, or even having to coach people through an intervention that they were doing. The same thing applied, is I'd say, well, here's what the person told me. They were taking it one way, but in actuality, that really meant something very different than what they were interpreting. And this type of training and awareness is what alerted to the fact that, you know, we think we're headed this way, we're actually heading this way. So it does build those skills to start being aware. So whether that's just somebody in the community talking to their neighbors, whether that's the hairdresser example, coaching youth sports, all those types of things. So it really is designed to build awareness and really to create the idea that it's okay to talk about these things. And once you go through this training, you know, there's other ones out there like the ASSIST program that really tells you how to do those interventions if you have that interest in learning to do that, and how to work with somebody who's having thoughts of taking this path.
Any other questions? Any more discussion? Well, I would, yeah, we have a motion. I would like to express the same desires that Deputy Reeve McGee and Councillor King had, that it would be nice for the agencies to kind of maybe coordinate a little better. But that being said, I don't think it's up to us to enforce that. But if we could send some sort of a communication saying, you know, it might work out better if you work together, that would be a great way to go about it. So anyway, we do have a motion before us. We have had our discussion. Oh, Councillor King.
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, this particular society is outside of the conversations that is already going on. So a lot of our agencies are already actively participating and cooperating together. And so my understanding is this particular group might be a notable exception to that rule. So really what we're hoping to do is encourage them to get more active in a conversation with the other agencies that are doing similar work.
Okay. Very good. Okay, well, if there's no other comments, questions, or concerns, we have a motion before us to donate the $1,530. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. Our next agenda item will be 9.1, Investment Growth Strategy. Welcome, Ms. Buchanan. And anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. So I am before you today to discuss the new investment and growth strategy that the Alberta government released in September, Selling the World. Has everybody had a chance to review it at all, or? Okay, well, maybe before I go into the actual request for decision, I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights on it. So essentially, with the recession, with COVID, everything happening in Alberta, the government's put together what they want their growth strategy, their investment attraction to look like over the next number of years. Their primary focus as they do this is basically attracting businesses that create jobs. When you break it down, that's essentially what it's about. They want to really promote Alberta as an investment attraction destination. So really looking at foreign direct investment and really utilizing and focusing on bringing in businesses that are going to create job growth. So they have a couple competitive positions that they'll be focusing on as well. So the province itself will be looking at lowering corporate taxes, eliminating barriers that hinder the ability to do business, what we like to call red tape, training and retaining Albertans to meet labor market demand, and making strategic investment. So with that, they've identified some primary sectors in Alberta that they want to focus on. So their principal sectors right now are going to be energy, agriculture, and tourism. So basically, that's where they're putting their money right now. Those are the sectors that they're going to be actively promoting to bring to Alberta. And then they have 3 additional enabling sectors that they've introduced as well. So that's our finance and fintech. Please don't ask me what fintech is. We have been trying to figure it out. Aviation and aerospace, as well as technology and innovation. So they have 3 primary outcomes with this new strategy that they've put in place. They want to increase Alberta's competitive advantage. They want to improve the investment ecosystem. And they want to improve Alberta's reputation as an investment destination for the rest of the world. Now, normally these plans come and go, but when you get to the very last page, there's a little notice that speaks specifically to municipal government. So on page 15, it says, consistently successful investment attraction requires coordination efforts by federal, provincial, and municipal agencies. The Alberta government will take positive steps to better inform flow, common identification of opportunities, and targeted messaging to investors. We also recognize the unique and vital roles Alberta's municipalities play in providing support and facilitation to concrete on-the-ground investment projects and operations. The Investment Attraction Agency, together with relevant provincial government ministries, will form collaborative strategic partnerships with our cities, towns, and counties. This will better underpin and enable them to play their part in securing investment and creating quality jobs. So, with that, we actually had the opportunity, we had a meeting with one of our Community Futures representatives, and she was able to sit in on a conference call with Jobs, Economy, and Innovation. And through that, there were some pretty key points that were brought out, what that actually means to a municipality, because that was fairly vague. Key point number 1 essentially was saying that municipalities are going to have to up their investment attraction game. So there is a potential moving forward that the province is actually going to have an expectation, and this is all broad conversation at this point. There's no policies or processes in place or any legislation to do it, but essentially that a municipality is going to be required to prove that they're cutting their red tape, they're promoting investment attraction, and they're doing their part to ensure that this strategy is put into effect. So what that also, so as per the conversation we had, there is a potential that any future economic development funding is going to be weighing heavily on a municipality aligning with the priorities of this plan. Now, since this RFD was done, we haven't gotten any more information on funding. You know, we have partners with labor, we have partners with jobs, we have partners with tourism. And right now, all of them have taken a step back and say, we don't know. We don't know if there's any money kind of coming. We don't know what the funding programs are going to look like. Right now, labor, the Ministry of Labor is fairly consistent with the funding they have in place, but everybody else is a little perplexed. There was also conversation that funding that municipalities obtain, even for things such as their infrastructure, may also start being weighed on their investment friendliness. Indication was made that municipalities and economic development organizations should become very familiar with this plan, as many of the programs and grants going forward, again, are going to request that we align with this. Now, we've seen it on our end with some of our other partners as well. I know CAPE has actually already said that they'll be aligning with the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Jobs to ensure that they're all working towards the goals of this plan. And it's something that I think we're just going to have to start thinking about a little bit as we move forward. Investment and traction is honestly not something this county's really had to focus on, nor is it something that this county really has been asked to focus on. It just hasn't been a priority in the past. So essentially what investment attraction is being proactive in doing what you need to do to become a municipality that is welcoming to investors. And there's a long list of things that need to be done in order to that happen. I think Kneehill County has already got a really good start. When you look at the MDP and the strategic plan, they actually align quite nicely with the new priorities that are being brought forward, especially in the value-added sector. We have a council that definitely considers them and their staff investment friendly. And I think overall, the staff in general is pretty investment friendly. However, there is still some work that needs to be done. So when we review our policies and our processes, you know, we're very clear that we want to grow investment and we want to, you know, bring development to the municipality. We want to be investment friendly, but we haven't as of yet necessarily aligned all of our policies and processes to do that. So going forward, it's just going to have to be a consideration. You know, where are the holes? What do those holes look like? And what do we have to do in order to bring our economic development up to the investment attraction that we're being requested to do in the Alberta strategy? So essentially, I just wanted to come before council today, and I wanted to ensure they had this information. And I wanted to see if there would be a desire for us to, we've been doing an investment friendliness or an investment readiness assessment in the entire time I've been here. We've been working through it the last 6 months, and it's something that we can continue to do. And is it something that council wants us to bring forward in more detail to review if there's changes that need to be made? Questions? Comments?
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate your perspective and the extra information you're able to bring.
Your mic is not on.
Oh, gosh, I think I double hit it. My
There we go.
apologies. Thank you for the work you've done. And I appreciate especially the extra work beyond this announcement that you've looked into what other agencies are doing and what some of those think this will lead to. I think you're right. This council already is really excited to find ways to invest. I would be very interested to see what you have put together for that. And I'd also like to hear from you if you feel that this particular strategy has any limitations to what we ideally would like to do.
Well, I believe the county has been quite proactive in the initiation of bringing in local business into the county. It seems to have just happened, but that being said, it's happened because we were able and capable to make it happen. Our staff has always been the one step ahead by saying, we can make it happen, we just have to figure out how to make it happen. And I think that's very important, and that's what investors look at, is how friendly the organization is to having something coming in. But that takes money, and to service industrial land without help from some sort of help, I think if the government wants to help, that might be a way to get some funding for some of the projects so that the developer, well, doesn't have to pay the whole shot. There could be land developed and it could be ready for the next investor to come in. And then some of that money could be recouped that way. But it's great to have this sort of investor-friendly strategy, and how do we bring jobs and all sorts of opportunities out into the rural areas. I guess that's to be seen, but yeah, I think being part of it is gonna be way better than not being part of this whole strategy. So, are there any other comments for Councillor Christie?
At our organizational meeting of Community Futures the other day, Jacqueline is one of the members at large on our new committee that we started as economic development, and I sit on that committee that's just started. And we're kind of vague at this point, but we're going to go somewhere. But one of the other things that was from Community Futures the other night was Triple RF has kind of taken over their focus, and we pointed out that we haven't done any loans in the last 6 months for new business or whatever, but everybody's sitting back saying, what do we do? And that's one of the pressures there, is that we got to get some ordinary loans out, not just the Triple RF loans. And they've been very successful with the Triple RF. The first round was something north of 900,000. The new Triple RF sounds like a horse race where you send in the application, and when it's opened up, when they run out of money, they're done. But all the applications have to be in on a cut. There's no real date even, I don't think.
I don't
when they're
think
going to
this
make the
one.
final decision of, okay, the program's open and now it's closed. So the applications have to be in, and they're working very aggressively trying to get as many in as they can.
Councillor King?
I think I would say the same thing I think you've heard from most of council, that I believe we are trying within Kneehill County to be fairly investment friendly and to encourage investment here. I appreciate the acknowledgement that the government makes in the document about the importance of the municipal role in attracting and helping investment to take place within the province. I am confused by our provincial government at times with the double speak, because they want us to do this on one hand and they're taking away on the other hand. So they are encouraging us to do specific things, but in other ways they are crippling our ability to do those things. And so sometimes I wonder if they know really what one hand's doing, well, the other one's busy doing something different. So I would be very interested in knowing, you know, from the point of view of our administration, what they see as council policies that we need to have in place, or other things that we need to do to make Kneehill County more attractive to investors. And I think that's something that we need to have a long-term vision for. We haven't really had much of that up to this point, and That's one of the things I appreciate about the fact that you now are here, serving in the role that you are, because it is allowing us as council to be more focused on perhaps economic development and where we want to go. So, yeah, I'd be interested in hearing more, so, from yourself and from administration in terms of recommendations for us as a council.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Hugo?
I'm not sure if this is a question for you or Mike. How close are we to that Calgary Regional Municipality Board where they control what goes on in the bordering municipalities?
We're 66.5 feet away from that.
Okay, if that expands, basically Calgary City Council and their powers that be are going to be influencing everything we do in the municipality itself. How is the Alberta government asking us to invest and try and do this when we're going to have Calgary determining whether we can do this or not? And they haven't removed that out of their policies yet. They were talking about it, but it sounds like they're still going ahead with it. So are we going to see Calgary dictating to us what we can do and what we can't do? I have a problem with the Alberta government trying to sell this stuff to municipalities, especially close to the urban centers. Well, we're not that close, but I have a major problem with the Alberta government doing this.
Through the Reeve, may I defer that to Mr. Hogan? Because I've never actually heard of it. I'm not sure.
The, if the, through you, Mr. Reeve, to Councillor Hugo and Council, if the CMRB, which is a Calgary, the regional board you spoke of, if that were to expand, I mean, our recommendation would be that would be something that the county would oppose our inclusion in. I think we're seeing that from our neighbors, is that they feel that is an administrative process. I believe what we've seen from our neighboring rural municipalities is if there's an example of red tape, that's it. The control that's put out by the City of Calgary to stifle development within areas that are not Calgary is a common thing we hear from those municipalities. So I think if that was to expand, that would be something that we would undertake a lobby effort to, or at least that would be our recommendation from admin, was to undertake a lobby effort to prevent our inclusion from that board and from the constraints that board would put on development and investment within our area.
There's been even talk at this last RMA session about disbanding that board, but I don't think it's going to work out that way. But I don't see that board expanding its influence out our way. We are quite a ways from the city, but it seems like every year we're getting closer to the city, or the city's getting closer to us. Sorry, put it the wrong way. Okay, Councillor King?
I think that one of the things we saw in the ministers' forum at the RMA meeting was conversation around the Calgary Economic Board and the Edmonton one, and the differences in the way that they work, whereas Edmonton's a much more cooperative process, whereas Calgary is pretty much Calgary first and everybody else line up behind. And I heard from ministers within the provincial government saying that they were working on the Calgary side to make it more like the Edmonton side. But even if Calgary did become Edmonton model, I think we're still not interested in participating. And I think we would still take a position that if they were looking to expand, that we'd be opposed to that. And from what you hear from Rocky View and surrounding municipalities around Calgary, it's not a very good process for investment within their own regions. So.
Absolutely correct. I haven't heard anything good coming from the rural municipalities that are part of that metropolitan board. Is any council or Deputy Reeve McGee?
I just want to highlight that I really do appreciate that we have a very proactive strategic plan when it comes to this conversation. And I think we really maybe could spend some time on how to enhance what that looks now that this has come out. So, you know, maintaining a rural way of life is a huge tool in many ways of protecting land and already setting us up so that maybe we don't even have to lobby, but it's clear that this land is for a different type of development.
Are there any other questions, comments, concerns? What are council's wishes here? Councillor King.
Well, I guess we have expressed that we are interested in looking at aligning our strategies and developing economic opportunities within Kneehill. And so certainly appreciate the presentation on selling Alberta to the world. And so I would make the motion that we accept the Selling Alberta to the World Investment Growth Strategy for information, and that we do request further information on what Kneehill County's investment readiness is like, and to work proactively toward aligning our strategies with the Alberta government. So that would be my motion.
Hey, thank you. We have a motion before us as presented on the board or on our screens. Is there any discussion to that motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I feel like you almost said two different things. So you read the motion, but you also would like to have more information specifically on us. I want to be sure I understand what you were after.
Well, it does say in the motion that we are requesting further information on the state of Kneehill County's readiness. I'm pretty much in line with what the motion says. And I just want to say thank you for being here and presenting it. So appreciate that.
Okay, is there any other discussion prior to the question? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Jacqueline. Good luck. We have a public hearing coming up at 10 o'clock, so I will declare a recess. So staff can get prepared for that 10 o'clock start. So fill your cups. Sorry, it is 10:03. I shall call for a motion that the public hearing for bylaw 1827 be opened at 10:03. Could someone move us? Alrighty, we have a motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. I will go through the announcements. If any person interested in speaking for or against the proposed bylaw and haven't done so already should register their names on the appropriate speakers list so your names may be correctly recorded in the minutes. If you have not already done so, please see Jenna Kester in the lobby to register your name on this list. The use of audio and video recording devices and cameras by the press or public is prohibited. First off, I would like to introduce members of council, starting on my far right.
Wade Christie?
Jim Hugo?
Jerry Whitstock.
Faye McGee.
Glenn Keever?
And Ken King.
And also seated with council is Mr. Mike Hogan, and he is our Chief Administrative Officer. I will review the meeting process. Individuals speaking for or against the proposed bylaw today will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. A spokesman speaking on behalf of a group petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a time clock that'll be displayed on screen. At 2 minutes, it'll turn yellow. At 1 minute, it'll turn red. And when the clock hits 0, there will be a 5-second warning that your speaking time is complete. All questions to council will be directed to myself as chairman, and I will direct those questions to the person best suited to answer. No questions will be taken from the gallery. No debate will be allowed. When presenting, speakers shall state their name and address. If you have already submitted a letter on or before the advertised deadline, you may only address council at this hearing on new information not contained in your letter. Any person who would like to present using electronic presentation will bring their USB flash drive to the presenter's desk, where a staff member will open the file at the presenter's laptop. The order of presentations to be made to council today will be, firstly, administration shall present an overview and summary regarding the bylaw 1827. Secondly, the applicant shall state their name and present their application within a time period of 20 minutes. Thirdly, the members of council may ask questions for clarification to the applicant. Fourthly, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in favor of the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in order as they appear on the individual speakers list. And group speakers will be called in the order as they appear on the group speakers list. Fifthly, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are opposed to the proposed bylaw. The order for these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in the order as they appear in the individual speakers list. And group speakers will be called in the order that they appear on the group speakers list. Council members are allowed to ask questions of clarification to the individuals groups speaking to the proposed bylaw. Sixthly, after hearing from those persons on the speakers list in support or opposition, I will ask anyone else present wishes to speak in support or opposition to the bylaw. The applicant will have a chance for rebuttal, which will be no longer than 10 minutes. Allow questions for clarification from council members to the applicant. And I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward and make their presentation. Welcome, Ms. Keever.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready.
This is an application for a public hearing for redesignation for proposed bylaw 1827. Roger Runnels and Renee French have applied to redesignate an approximate half-acre portion of the southwest of 273025 west of the 4th, Plan 1210619, Block 1, Lot 2, from the Ag District to the Agricultural Business District. Notifications have been sent as per the MGA and to adjacent landowners and referral agencies and the Three Hills Capital on October 28th and November 4th. And it has also been put on the Kneehill County website. The applicants propose to construct a commercial greenhouse to carry and sell flowers, vegetable plants, garden center items, garden tools, and soil-related products. They also intend to offer workshops for horticulture projects, outdoor and indoor craft projects, wood signs, and planters. The summary of the location includes, it's shown here on your screen. It's within the southwest of 27, 30, 25 west of the 4th. It's right along what we commonly refer to as the Linden East, approximately 1.5 miles east of Linden, Township Road 30-4. The total parcel is 10.4 acres, but they're only looking to redesignate approximately a half-acre portion. It does currently encompass 2 existing greenhouses and a small area for future development. It meets the municipal development plan and agricultural objectives and goals to encourage diversification and innovation in the agricultural sector. It also permits alternative farming practices, providing they meet required federal and provincial regulations. And it also encourages the agriculture industry to employ practices that protect and enhance the environment and natural resources such as water, air, and soil. It also meets it in the economic goals and objectives to create a positive and competitive business environment, to balance economic development opportunities that are adjacent and compatible along transportation corridors, and to attract visitors to the county through the development of tourism and recreation destination attractions and services. It meets the current land use bylaw 1808. The purpose of the Ag Business District is to provide a district where specific agricultural uses for commercial purposes can be accommodated on a smaller scale. It is also located along a well-developed road, like I said earlier, known as the Linden East, and it is compatible with adjacent land uses. If successful in redesignation, details and specific conditions required for the development will be dealt with through the development permit process. If it is redesignated, it will become, it would be considered a permitted use. As you can see there under H, a greenhouse commercial. So it will be dealt with through the Planning and Development Department as the approving authority. These are pictures of the site. So the picture on the top left is the existing greenhouse. And then the picture to the left, to the right, sorry, opposite. The picture to the right shows a small bit of area that they use just for some outdoor growing space. And then the picture below shows just an area for future development. And it goes as far as kind of approximately that shed. And then you can just kind of see the outline in the top there. I do believe those 2 little buildings at the front are going to be removed, and they may wish to develop something there, something a little bit more. They would have to go through the development process and the building permit, but they were looking to put just kind of a small addition for the retail area end of things. So this is just walking into it. The picture in the middle is the portion to the north, and the picture on the far bottom right is the portion to the south. And we received no letters in opposition or in favor, no comments from any of the referral agencies. And if you wish, consideration for second and third reading of Bylaw 1827 can be considered today, or it can be put on the addition, as an addition to the November 24th council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions for the planner? Councillor Christie.
Are we making an island there? Does it need to have access to the road on that?
No, I don't believe that's not really an issue. Like, I mean, there's definite access to the parcel of land. We just want to make sure that we keep the zoning to where they want to run their business. It doesn't have to go all the way down to the road to a property line.
Is there any setback requirements from the commercial part to the ag part or not?
No, as long as the buildings don't, as long as the buildings meet setbacks from property lines, the road. Yeah.
Any other questions for the planner from council? Okay, next step is, I will now ask the applicant to come forward to make your presentation. The applicant is not here.
I talked to her yesterday, and she believed that we wouldn't take her money if it wasn't going to be approved, and she believed in due process.
Really? Okay, so I take it we don't have any questions for the applicant either then. I will now ask administration to come forward to read any written submissions that are in favor of the proposed bylaw, and it was stated that there are none.
Nope.
Now I will call on individuals in the order they appear on the individual speakers list in favor of the bylaw to come forward to make your presentation. I'll remind you, you have 5 minutes to speak, and I look at my sheets and there is no one. So I will go on to the next step, and I will now call on individuals speaking as a group in the order that they appear on the group speakers list in favor of the bylaw to come forward and make your presentations, and I will remind you, you have 10 minutes to speak. And I look at that, and there is no one there. I will now call on administration to come forward and read the written submissions that are opposed to the proposed bylaw. There are none, as stated previously. I will now call on individuals in the order that they appear on the individual speakers list in opposition to come forward to make their presentation, and there are none. I will go on to the next step. I will now call on individuals in the order that they appear on the group speakers list in opposition to the bylaw to come forward and make your presentation. And again, there is no one on that list. So now I will ask one final time if there is anyone else present who wishes to speak in support or opposition of the proposed bylaw. And seeing no one, last call, no one. Does the applicant wish to offer a rebuttal? Obviously, no. Does council have any other questions for the applicant? Seeing not, I will now declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back into regular council meeting. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move to go back into council meeting.
We have a motion to move us back into regular council. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
I think you took lessons from Brandon.
I seem to have done this once or twice before. Let's not get really carried away, Glenn. All righty, we are back in regular session, and our next agenda item will be 9.2, Election 2021. Feel like a newscaster here. Who's taking this one, Mike?
Actually, in a rare turn of events, I get to defer the item.
Why, thank you.
Oh, it's Carolyn.
Yes. So today I've prepared for you a request for decision on and information on election 2021. As you guys are aware that there's going to be an election that's going to take place on October 18th, 2021. And there's been a few changes to the Local Authority Elections Act since the last time there was an election. So I've listed a couple of the changes here. I've not listed them all. I've only listed some of the relevant ones to Kneehill County. And the first one is the nomination period. So rather than a nomination being restricted to a period of 2 hours, 4 weeks prior to election day, nomination papers will now be accepted by the municipality starting January 1st in the year of the election to 4 weeks prior to election day. Nomination packages and candidate guides will be available by January 1st, 2021 on our website, and printed copies will be available at the administration building. Another change is this, they've identified a new role in the Local Authority Elections Act, the substitute returning officer. Along with the returning officer, the substitute returning officer must be appointed by council. Another change is advance votes. So local jurisdictions with populations greater than 5,000 are required to hold an advance vote for municipal councilors or votes on a bylaw or question. Because Kneehill County has a population of over 5,000, we no longer need a resolution from council to have an advance vote. Another change is special ballots. The minister no longer is required to be notified for the use of these special ballots or required to appoint a special ballots advisor. Another change is the returning officer can reject a nomination paper that does not have the correct number of signatures, has not been sworn or affirmed, and is not accompanied by a deposit. Another one is the official agent, that the role of official agent is now not mandatory, and that's on your nomination forms. You used to always have to fill in who your official agent was, but that's not mandatory anymore. You can have one, but it's not mandatory. Residency requirement. Should be doing, look at me, multitasking. Residency requirement, the 6-month residency requirement has been removed. The candidate just has to confirm that they are a resident in the local jurisdiction on election day. Third-party advertising, prior to 2018, the Local Authority Election Acts did not address this. Rules have now been added governing the finances and accountability of third parties that advertise to promote or propose the election of a candidate during an election period. More information can be found in the implementation fact sheets on page 102. And the big one is the campaign finance and contribution disclosure requirements. Of course, these are only a few of the highlights. There's a lot more in the fact sheets that are attached. But one of them is financial disclosure statements are required from all candidates, including self-funded campaigns, which is different from prior. You only needed to have a disclosure statement if you acquired any funding, fundraising contributions. Next one is the fundraising contributions. The previous requirement was set at 4,000 contribution limit in the aggregate per donor to candidate for election, as councillors and candidates could contribute 4,000 to their own campaign. The new regulation amendments include individual contributions are limited to 5,000 per candidate, and the candidate may contribute up to 10,000 of their own funds. So previously, I would only be able to give 4,000 to I could only give up to 4,000, but now I could give 4,000 to Wade, I could give 4,000 to Councillor Hugo, I could give 4,000 to, there's no limit to that anymore.
I'll take my 4 now.
Yeah. It was only an example. Yeah. Campaign bank accounts. The previous requirement was that a candidate open a bank account once the total contributions received reached 5,000. That's now changed to $1,000. Then the next part is that some election processes require approval from elected municipal council, and below are some of that pertain to the county. So deposits, this is the deposit amount that each of the councillors need to accompany their nomination form, and that is dealt with in our bylaw 1747, which is attached. And another one is a death of a candidate, and again, that is in our bylaw 1747, our election bylaw. And that's if you, a candidate dies after nomination and before the election, it means that we won't hold an election until later. It won't, the election for that division.
But 3 days later?
Pardon me, yeah. Well, whatever we see fit, I guess.
Okay.
The returning officer, since the nomination period begins January 1st, and it's the responsibility of the returning officer to accept the nominations, a returning officer must be appointed before this date. So administration is recommending myself be named as a returning officer for the 2021 municipal election, and training has been started with municipal affairs, and I have completed what has been offered. The next one is the substitute returning officer. Municipal councils are now required to appoint a substitute returning officer by resolution by June 30th of that year. If the returning officer is unable to fulfill their duties due to illness or other absence, the substitute returning officer may exercise all the duties, functions, powers of the returning officer. And administration recommends Mary Lou Willis, our records management coordinator, to fill this position. And administration will be bringing forward some other resolutions further into 2021, just when we have a little bit more planning behind us. Advance votes, since we don't need an actually resolution because we're over 5,000, but we will be holding advance votes, and we will, this will include weekend hours, evening hours, and daytime hours. So there's more voting opportunities, which will allow more time for electors to vote and can assist with physical distancing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Vote by special ballot. Council by resolution may pass prior to nomination day to provide for special ballots. Special ballots are used for when an elector who is unable to vote because of physical disability or absence from a local jurisdiction. We did not provide this option in the last election. However, a special ballot would provide great opportunity for voters, and it may decrease volumes for in-person voting. Institutional votes. Council by resolution may designate the location of one or more institutional voting stations for an election. Last election, we did offer institutional voting at the Linden Westview Care Facility. However, due to COVID-19, we do not want to put the residents and caregivers at risk, and a special ballot would be another option for these residents. Under other information, Elections Alberta have communicated that there will be up to municipalities to conduct the Senate and referendum election in conjunction with our 2021 municipal general election. This possibility means that we will need to have polling stations in each electoral ward, even if that ward has been acclaimed. Municipal Affairs will be providing reimbursement to municipalities for this service, but we don't know how much because they haven't completed the regulations yet. And the election costs will be built into the 2021 operating budget. So that is my report to council, and there's a couple motions that are recommended that council approve. Is there any questions?
Does council have any questions for Ms. Vander Koel?
Hopefully I didn't confuse you further. Well, a special ballot is kind of like a mail-in vote. Yeah.
All right, what's council's wishes? Don't want to go down that line. Councilor Christie.
I'll move to appoint Carolyn Vanderkoel as the returning officer for the 2021 municipal election.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to appoint Carolyn Vander Koel as the returning officer for 2021. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Congratulations, Carolyn.
Thank you. Does that affect your ability to donate to my campaign? Yes, it does. I will not be donating to any campaigns.
All right, Councilor King.
So then I'd make the motion to appoint Mary Lou Willis as the substitute returning officer for the 2021 municipal election.
All right, we have a motion before us to approve Mary Lou Willis as the substitute returning officer. Is there any discussion to that motion? Does she know she's doing this? All right. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Send my congratulations to Mary Lou. The council, okay, we have one more. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we receive the election 2021 report as presented.
All right, we have a motion before us that to receive for information the election 2021 report as presented. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All righty. Our next agenda item, 9.3, fire ban. Councilor King.
I guess I just wanted to have a little bit of a conversation around this. I was approached by a ratepayer that had already approached both our fire chief and our emergency person, so Dan and Deb, and he was wondering about potential fire ban in a specific location within the county, and of course was informed that that was not something that we would do or consider. And so I just wanted to have a conversation with council around fire ban and the fall harvest period, and wondered if there was any appetite to consider potential change in the way we do fire bans, or consider having a fire ban during that period. And if council is of the opinion that that's not necessary, that the current process is adequate, and that we're relying on the professionals to set those as required, then I'm good with that. But I think the ratepayer asked me if I would bring it up with council, and so I'm doing that, and I'm open to the direction, whatever. If you'd like a deeper conversation about it, then I guess that we could ask administration to bring us back more information. If you think that it's not necessary, then this is the end of that conversation. So.
Thank you, Councillor King. Are there any questions, comments, discussion? Mr. Hogan, do you have anything to add?
Not really at this time. We're just awaiting council's direction. As Councillor King has said, if council directs us to bring back more information, we can bring back parts of the bylaw for council's awareness, as well as just a brief report on fire bans and what our normal practices do, and how those relate to fire permits, which fall into there, that sort of stuff. So yeah, if council wants to proceed there, then administration will gather things accordingly.
What are council's thoughts, wishes? Currently, I do believe it's the fire chiefs that have the ability to call a fire ban, and we basically make sure that it covers the whole county. Is that correct?
Mostly correct.
If the fire chiefs concur.
Under the bylaw, it's actually myself that does that, but in consultation with the county fire chief.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
Well, and the difference between a fire ban and a fire restriction, the permit would get a localized ban if needed, would it not do that?
We do have the ability under the bylaw to place a ban on fire permits. So we don't do, practice right now is we don't do bans, we don't do localized bans. So if you put a ban on the county, it's on the county. And administratively, we wouldn't recommend that change if council wanted to entertain that. We do have some ability in the fire permitting side to deny permits or to do that sort of thing. And that process, I believe, is done through the more local fire chiefs in terms of the actual issuing the permit. But if council was to consider like a harvest ban or anything like that, then that'd be a protocol. There wouldn't be a permitting process attached to that because there would be a ban in place.
Councillor King.
Just to add a little bit of further information, the individual who contacted me, the concern that he raised was, of course, with as dry as the fall had been, and in his particular situation, he had a lot of unused pasture, so a lot of heavy growth grass, and he's adjacent to a fair bit of crown land, which is accessed by a number of recreational users, whether they respect fence lines, et cetera, or not, is a big question always. And so his concern was that some of these users may cause a fire that could put him at risk. And so he thought if there was a fire ban in place, that might eliminate that risk. but that would be dependent on the people understanding that there was a fire ban and the people who are coming in from outside understanding that there was a fire ban and a restriction in place. My thought process is that most of us involved in agriculture, when we're in the harvest period, are pretty clear that there's a lot of risk. And the question is, as a municipality, do we want to recognize that risk and put the ban in place or not? And so really that's where we end up. And so as a council, do we want to consider that or not? So really that's where it ends up.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think the concern definitely warrants a bit more discussion, for sure. So I would like to make the motion that we request administration to bring more information and ideas on how to deal with issues during harvest that could be a risk for fire.
Okay, I will wait for that motion to come up on screen. Is that how you would like the motion to read, Deputy Reeve McGee?
Yes, it's very good. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion before us to bring back further information regarding fire bans during harvest season to a future council meeting. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Hugo.
This is for Councillor King. Sounds like he's more concerned about people on Crown land. I don't know how us saying harvest season is gonna do anything, because if they're not respecting the fence lines, I don't think they're really gonna care if we have a fire ban or not. I don't know if we can differentiate this and say harvest season, you know, like, as you know, most of us in agriculture, we are very cognizant of fire during harvest. Is this other people coming in that are causing him the problems on his grassland? Like, it's very difficult for us to bring more bans in when the farmers are already very aware of it, but if these are people coming in or people that just don't care, like, how can we just say, you know, harvest season? You know, I'm having trouble with, you know, with the motion of being strictly harvest season and for the people that are in this municipality. Like this is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's just strictly harvest season. Because we do have all summer where we have dry conditions, and we can have dry conditions all summer. And we're just putting it strictly on harvest season. Should we be looking at this through the entire year? Like, we've had springs where, yeah, the snow melts and it's dry, and there is a possibility for fire too.
Just in response to Councillor Hugo, I don't disagree. I guess the question was asked is, would it be appropriate to have a policy that would implement a fire ban in the harvest season when we generally are at fairly high risk? This year, the province of Alberta was encouraging residents of Alberta to access Crown land and to camp and recreate in those areas. And I've had a number of conversations with ratepayers who were absolutely unhappy with that because people were going through fences, going across private property to access so they could camp on Crown land. And of course, then they would have their campfires and the other things that they do. And that was happening throughout the season. So I guess if we put in place a fire ban that affected the entire Kneehill County, that would affect those people who are planning to camp or trying to access Crown land for recreational purposes, and maybe would give some protection to farmers in a dry period, whether it's harvest time, whether it's the middle of summer, or whether it's springtime. The province does encourage people who are planning to go on recreational opportunities to check for fire bans, and there is a website where you can go to see if there's fire bans within a municipality. So I guess really the conversation is around how do we set fire bans, in what seasons or places is it appropriate, and just to further explore whether it's reasonable or not to put that fire ban in place.
Councillor Hugo.
Follow-up question, how much jurisdiction do we have over Crown land with a fire ban? This is probably for Mike.
The, we should be in the, we would have some, because we're in the white zone here, so we would have the ability to issue throughout the county, but the technical answer to that question could come back as part of the information package that we brought.
Fair enough, thank you.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Sorry, Carolyn, could you remove your flags on the page? And I'm going to suggest that I'd like to amend my motion to say bring back further information regarding fire risk management solutions or fire bans, so that we're not leaving the conversation just to fire bans. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion that has been amended. I take that to be a friendly amendment, seeing as how it was made by the original mover. Is there any discussion to the motion that is on the screen currently?
Thank you.
Okay. If there is no more discussion, I will call the question. No more discussion, okay. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next agenda item, disposition of delegate and public hearing business, 10.1, Drumheller RCMP, Mr. Hogan.
Yep. This item before you is merely recommending that we receive for information the report given to you today by Staff Sergeant Bourque of the Drumheller RCMP.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Keever, you're looking at me funny.
I so move that we receive the information of the Drumheller report.
All righty. We have a motion before us to receive for information the Drumheller RCMP report. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 10.2, redesignation bylaw. Welcome back, Ms. Keever.
Hello again, Reeve and members of council. As you previously heard, I don't know how much background you want again. Roger Runnels and Renee French have applied to redesignate a half-acre portion from an existing 10.4 acres within the southwest of 27, 3025 west of the 4th, Plan 1210619, Block 1, Lot 2, from Ag District to Ag Business District. This will allow for the operation of a commercial greenhouse and to provide retail services and workshops to the public. Under the current land use bylaw 1808, redesignation is required for a commercial greenhouse. As you had seen earlier today, the subject parcel is accessed by Township Road 30-4, which is known as the Linden East Road. The portion of land to be rezoned encompasses 2 existing greenhouses and a small area for future development. Attached to your package are the uses that can potentially be introduced on the lands that have been redesignated to the Ag Business District, and a public hearing was held as required under the MGA earlier today. So the recommended motions are there. I'm recommending that council move second reading of proposed bylaw 1827 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of the southwest of 27, 30, 25 west of the 4th, Plan 121, 0619, Block 1, Lot 2, from the Ag District to the Ag Business District. And then also the second recommended motion is to move third reading of proposed bylaw 1827. Or you could also just request more information prior to proceeding to these readings.
Okay, thank you, Deanna. Are there any questions for the planning department? Seeing not, what are council's wishes? Councillor King.
So I'd make the motion that we move second reading of proposed bylaw 1827 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of southwest 273025 west of 4, Plan 1210619, Block 1, Lot 2, from the Agriculture District to the Agricultural Business District.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to move second reading, the bylaw 1827. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see no discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to move third reading of proposed bylaw 1827 as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion for third reading for bylaw 1827. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of that. Our next agenda item is council follow-up action list. Thanks, Deanna.
Oh, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, if you say so. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. Just wanted to add, I really appreciate this list.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to accept council follow-up action list as presented for information. Is there any discussion to that prior to the motion or to the question? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of our agenda for open council. Would anyone care for a break before we move into closed session? Did I hear a yes? Okay. Okay, call a recess, and when we come back, we will be looking for a motion to move into closed session. Okay, I'll bring us back into regular session. It is 10:54. Our next agenda item is closed session, intergovernmental relations, section, excuse me, 2-1. Someone wants to. Councilor Christie.
I'll move us into closed session.